Alright, fashionably late as always to my own meetings. What else is different? Alright, give me a moment. Let's see. There we go. Susato's theme. I'll get my own when it's ready, but... Hello? Let's turn this down a tiny bit. Hello, welcome, and good evening, everybody. So, today is finally the day. The day where I show off Emiko. Well, her new model, at least. So, without further ado, I say we get right to it. Because, honestly, it's not anything too exciting. So, sadly, I don't have anything too exciting to show for the background. Maybe I should change that later. I don't know, it's in my commission list ideas. But anyways, slow reveal. Oh no, she moved. Oh. God dang it. Oh, it gotta be a tiny bit of scuff. But first, you got the shoes and socks. Yep, sadly I had to go with this combo, but hey, I kinda like it. So, let's keep on going down. Got that mint skirt. Oh wow, the body moves a lot, doesn't it? Oh, I like that she stands on her tippy toes. Okay, I didn't actually... Oh, she actually moves and bends around, too. Alright. Keep on going up. And you can see how bad the Howery is. I mean, I tried my best with it. Maybe I'll go back later and, like, make it a bit better. But, like... Yeah, make the lines actually smooth and all that. I don't know. Something to do later. And a bit higher up. Yeah! Booba. Like... Embrace jank junk. Hell yeah. Always gotta embrace the jank. But yeah. Like... this model was made in V-Roid Studios. Sadly, no hand movement, but I think that's pretty normal. Alright. And then... Zoop. Zoop. Wah! Almost did it too fast. But hey, it's me. Yeah. Wait, hold up. What was it? Ah, dang it, I forgot the keybinds. Oh no. It was like Alt Shift F1. Nope. Oh well. Something that I forgot to actually check that. Whoopsie doodle. But hey, it's me. Yay! I actually spent quite a bit of time on Emiko here. Hold up, let me just, so people can get the full picture. Woo! Oh yeah, if I bend down too much, you're gonna see everything clip. Sorry. But yeah, this is Emiko. And let me just, zoom her back in. A bit bigger. There we go. Alright, yeah! I didn't want to do this for too long because, like, you know, fairly simple model, but you know what? I like her. She's good. Like, she has a bit more expression. I thought that was Cookie Thief. It is Cookie Thief. It's Cookie Thief M. Emiko Choroi. Defender and stealer of all cookies. And... basically collector of all video games. I'm adding that officially to our lore too. Like a ferret that steals all the socks in her drawer, I'm the one that steals all your video games. Well, I steal video games and then share it with the public. Because I want everybody to enjoy video games. You know, enjoy the joy. You know, all that good stuff. Alright, you're gonna see some options, so sorry about that. What was it? Oh, Control-Shift-1, okay. Probably won't be using these that much. Like, let me just actually look at them. Yeah, won't be using those that much. Especially since I don't have proper keybind for them yet. But, yeah. This is M. But, yeah, like, let's see. But yeah, like, a little bit happier. I kind of like this one. Angry. Yeah, if I try to blink, it doesn't look right. And just general happy. Yay! Let's see. But yeah, like, you know, this is gonna be like the basic default kind of thing. I need to get a string board or whatever they're called. That'll help a lot. Right, so, without further ado, let me just, boop. And then shrink myself down a bit. Oh, you can see that still. Yeah! Alright, we do it. We good. We balled. Alright, but now it is time for more. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. If you have any questions about M, I will be happy to answer them as we play. Because, you know, I always enjoy expanding upon the lore. Lore. Oh god, I can actually, like, move around. Neat. I'm gonna have too much fun with this, aren't I? Wait, I wonder, like... Okay, so y'all can't see the blue lines when I, like, go out of bounds. But there's, like, actually a good amount of moving area that I have. If I'm being honest. Drinking water looks a bit weird, though. Seems to track a bit better than VTube Studios. Oh yeah, the program I'm also using is VC Face that integrates with VTube Studios. So that's a lot of fun. But, anyways, it is time for The Great Ace Attorney. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Boat murdered. Wait, no, that's another game.
Corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I, with bated breath.
Fucking Sholmes, Herlock Sholmes.
There came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled.
Wilson!
His voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view.
Oh shit.
He was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band.
The Speckled Band.
This is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
I like this voice acting. Very dramatic. But it's now time for me to do more voice acting. The Steamship Berea. Ooh. We anime.
Let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed.
It's the himbo.
Tampered with in any way? So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle.
Upset bottle.
A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
I love this dumb bullshit.
Just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
I freaking love that.
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world.
God, I love Herlock Sholmes already.
Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Like, this man, another level of extra. I fucking love it. Like, I am more firm in my belief that him and Kaname Date would get so well together. My head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Oh shit. Wait. I can't move! Ah, shit. What the? God dang it, Ryunosuke. Why am I in handcuffs? So, you wake up now, Oh, it's him. We have to drag you out of the wardrobe. I did not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. We found you. And now you pay. Criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, Sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Oh, shit. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato. Wait. What did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Ha! You pretend you do not know? You are a wolf in the sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you are doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. He's immediately dead. Yep. We just got introduced to him. Extremely. Handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please! No. No! Aw. Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Ha 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 ha! Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? There's really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewmate just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. Thought I was going to die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. Why did they think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk? You must be even less of a man than you look. Wow, Kazuma. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you can find yourself in my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get a feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? Our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. Compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We're supposed to be going on this adventure to England. Together! We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. I'm not a murderer! Da, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but... Murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you, too. Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. So all I can do is try to find out what really happened. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream? And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. Yeah, but the lock is also broken. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? It's the vent! How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me! The cause of death is still undetermined. We don't know how he died? The ship's doctor examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience. Don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. That means there's no obvious external signs of injury, then? That's true, yes. Can anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably, that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. This morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he is already dead when Susato-san arrived in his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-sama, collapsed on the floor. No! Oh no! Hold up, am I off kilter again? Give me a moment. Alright, looks like I was a bit off. It's fine. It's fine. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. You didn't think that happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. Hard to believe for me too. Trust me. Everything that I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy. Still throbbing like anything. Stowaway. Why are you even on board the ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. How could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, that would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. Don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? I go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you. Been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that. But I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. Never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? No, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yes, maybe. Something's still bothering me a little. Let's see, let me check something. Nah, that's good audio. Why am I looking like slightly to the left? Like I'm looking like directly at my camera right now. Like right about here. But nah, no matter what I do, I'm always looking slightly to the left. I wonder why. Another reset help? Wait, okay, so looking directly at the screen. There we go. Alright, that should help. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. I'm honestly feeling a bit with VC face. Like, there's gonna be a tiny bit of jank, but there's always jank. Sto-san, I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean. Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me coming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yes. We're perfect, in fact. If you're not the culprit, then tell me, what happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yes. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed. Yes. What if... Wait. What if the meal I ate was meant for Kazuma? Or for both of us? And I got the poisoned meal. I know it sounds unbelievable. Really, I do. But it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. For some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? Can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. Oh, you're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. Now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life, and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Hi-ya! Damn! Girl got moves. What the? That was a Susato takedown. Susato, what? What martial art form is that? I don't need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? A very good martial art. Yeah, exactly. You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. I see. You expect me to present some conclusive evidence. Susato-san to believe me. Right now, that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. This is a paper seal I wrote for the wardrobe. I remember really working hard to make it. I'll never forget how Kazuma reacted. Do you expect the Russian crew to be able to read that? He said. Still, I was sure people would get the idea, even if they couldn't read it. So we used it anyway. And it worked. I don't know if the crew thought I was a creepy or what. But no one opened the doors. You can see the remnants of the glue we used to stick this over the wardrobe doors. Swear to God, I know words, okay? No one doubt me. I do know words. I know how to talk. English is my first language. I just get jelly beans sometimes. So I pulverized some rice into a paste to use instead. But to a story like me, every single grain of rice represents precious rations. Thinly as possible, as I possibly could. I couldn't bear to waste any. Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign for the wardrobe doors before he opened them. Truly the culprit. I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Like, oh yeah, he is on the floor. Like, I just imagine just laying fully on the floor, just pointing up, like, that's why I didn't kill him. Ow, my head hurts even more than usual. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here, at least. Thank you, so you finally believe me? I'm sorry. No. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you use some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. What does she think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Definitely saved now. What up? Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me? What? I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it's not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about this crime? Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced they're guilty. I might have useful information, though. I have to keep trying. So, last night. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Yet. Of course not. Now back to corner of room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there. You seemed a little flustered. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Yes, that's not good. Don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? I'm sure you're carefully to look all around using blink blank, aren't you? Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Yes, let's do that. Field of vision has been rather small until now. There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and culturally are all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still. No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. No. Seigi, the Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing you drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can! I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on this ship. Listen, Kazuma asked me to stow away on this ship. It's not my fault. Are you going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. He's always saying that Japanese man's katana is his soul. And tell him to bring it on his trip. I suppose that just shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. God, can I control the sensitivity of that? Roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But, did you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate it at the table, of course. Which begs the question of, when and how the plate ended up on the floor. Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. It's meant all the more for me. Oh, Viewers, followers, view, checkbots, the... Give me a moment. Let's see. Bots. This was the message. God dang it. Do I need to go online to actually... Well, by the time I get there, it's probably going to be gone, isn't it? Okay, good. It's muted. Yep, can't see the chat. Oh, well. Alright, whatevs. Sorry about that. Kazuma-sama spent his last night on his earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Let's see. Nope, no option like that. Like, it sucks that this thing just zooms around. What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. Glass is such a beautiful color. Looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. Like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this. Ha! Nice. Okay, I was able to put in the block, but I can't see if the message got deleted, sadly. Alright, let's see. Doop. And the mark beside it. What is it, I wonder? Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. I know there is a way to delete it, but I can't do that from where I am. Yes, you're right. It is the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. It's a request from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? Wow. I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way. A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked, and everything mown down at once. I wonder if... Perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think? Seriously doubt it. Then perhaps... It was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. I can be in the cabin, I suppose. They must be well looked after. You mustn't damage any of the ship's property. But you knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are in a mess. Susato mess with the fucking scene of the crime! That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes. I see it says this way up, in Japanese. Which in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over. Then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It's like written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. And I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Zuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. Trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments. Was he? Yeah, except we don't know if Kazuma could actually speak Russian. Sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does that mean, I wonder? Let's see, nothing about the lamp. Oh, desk. London Diary. Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination. Incomplete. Which means... what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? It says, it could be a valuable clue. Why? What? I may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important? Relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it. God dang it. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Though it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. But because of that, you have no idea what's happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Is that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough? Or something like that? Suppose. Maybe that's it. When'd you get here? Is that... he wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he... You've noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but it looks suspicious. And tall. Suspiciously tall. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no, I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. Doesn't look like a member of the crew. there's something very unusual about him. And is he investigating Kazuma's desk? Or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press X on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Tell gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. I love that he's suspiciously tall. Excuse me. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh. This is a critical point in my investigations. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings! I hope I haven't taken... Ah! What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? I feel like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that? Perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And, when the beribboned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. That is not right in the slightest. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, aren't you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits this bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name. I don't see one person who fits the bill. I do. Well, not on the screen right now. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? And you're plotting revolution, too. It's a shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen, there's no way I... Stop! Fucking... Stop giving me the Susato throw! Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climates, you did find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it, you see? What do you make of that? Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call it a deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. A method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my foundings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Herlock Sholmes. So, it's really you? The actual Herlock Sholmes? The very same. The inimitable actual Herlock Sholmes. Don't tell me it gets longer each time. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san, of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on, then? He's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? No, I can fail here, but still get to save. Great detective? So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock, was it? No, I have no hair. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Ranks magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. Never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Ah yes, here it is. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories you've started to think you really are a detective. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backwards. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer? Do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I am returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in a subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of the muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. Gotta have the data. Right. The trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. Hold up. I actually think I'm moving a bit too much. Alright. Adjusting. Now. Let's see. Alright, yeah, that's much better. Hey. So there's a tiny lean in my body. There we go. That's better. Alright. Wait, no, I think I'm back to the same. Oh yeah, now we got that smooth movement. Okay, yeah, we good now. Sorry about that. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. Can't look at me in the eye and claim that. So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction. And fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Haven't managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow. Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in this most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective, Herlock Sholmes, was on board. And the handcuffs seemed to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh really? Two facts, you say? Miss Jones, please tell us, please. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes. But first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand. But what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1. The cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2. The victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. So, what do you make you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Top. I'm not even gonna. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama would have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. His native tongue is Japanese! Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Godarob may be the name of a killer. A certain Robert God, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least. Found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you are wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. If my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. You are very mistaken. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message, that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. Okay, but there's no ink on his finger. Was discovered before the body was removed. Been taken away when I woke up. Wait. I wonder if the letters also look off. Or maybe that's just me. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, thank you. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary feeling from Russia, all of that. Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Certainly, if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian! Can we talk about your deduction before? The thing you concluded about me, I mean? Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassination of 16 part. Ah yes, the most sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night, the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you. Violent Bolshevik. No, no, no. How could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Well, you're a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please. You're not mad, Dad. Your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower? Ah yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far, and those he is plotting. Bolshevik was included, there can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? What about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik is religiously returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you? Told all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. Though you may need someone to interpret. I can't find anything out of place. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you noticed this article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? I fear the woman in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure. It must be an unbelievable sum of money. Susada-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They have requested international assistance at all ports, with sailing to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I can't read a word of Russian. No, me neither. No idea what any of this says. The pair of you floundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with the fearsome Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Also, that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale. Oh my goodness, he is fearsome. Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he need only shave it off. I'm not quite sure that's a problem, Mr. Sholmes. It's all written in Russian. Wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. What were you just investigating? Where we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment. The desktop of the victim. See, the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic, and something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Susato-san? Aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? Sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Fuck you, bitch. Life is so unfair. Wow, 300 bucks. I mean, that was also, like, back during the, I don't know, whenever steampunk things take place. So that was probably worth a lot more. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. What's the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to detail. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy. A smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado. Nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. Story is littered with complicated-looking characters, which I can read precisely none. So what was all that showing off about before then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madame. What you hear in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:03 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. Whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. What does that mean? I have no idea. I never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yeah. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. If I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose you're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. Yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking! You just said it! Only a moment ago! Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I have no cause to say such a thing. Actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that, too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know. Not really. So what, were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Oh my god, Sholmes. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Son, what are you just standing there for? Let's go investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no... Hiya! After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate? If you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. Stop flipping me over like an omelet! Still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? In this cabin while we wait for our chance to slip next door. Good idea. Doesn't look good for me. But there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this. And bring the real culprit to justice. Oh yeah, I haven't examined the door yet. This bolt had been firmly closed. Just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, door bolted. There would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. Wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel a tense all up and down my spine. Once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. The door of this cabinet and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. No possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. God dang it, Susanoo-san! Down my spine. Oh, look over there. The crewman, you mean? He wasn't there before, was he? That's what I thought. Why don't we try talking to him? Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again. But I suppose I could try. Hello? Is that... something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. Can't help feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir? Yes, what can I do for you? Oh my god, it's him! I recognize that face, but it can't be. Let's see, whenever he's already in the court record. Nope. The fucking waiter detective. It is! I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board this ship. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I expect to see this man on board. Thus, his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of this crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asagi-san's bodyguard. Oh shit. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asagi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Mr. Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. It's incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. I like how no matter what, his arm is just like that. Of him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. But I never imagined what happened here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm in disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Of course not! We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If we move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman in there would surely snap your neck in two. I must snap you like a robin. I suppose. I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. The man's just a stowaway. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But, see how? There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san. Yeah. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. I think I might know what we can use. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. The ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right. So if we can investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust this investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just let's move and we can leave this cabin at last. Alright, let's see what we can find out. What the heck is that? Whew, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on the study tour by the government. That's why I was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Big boy! Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch. And he looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs. Naruto-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I thought you'd be used to the ship by now. You've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. Must have been a very trying time for you. Please don't give me that pitying look. Yeah, I'm examining this first. Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what it's called. What is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? I don't know what that tastes like. Have they both never had cheese? Also, what kind of cheese looks like a lump of chalk? You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But... damn. Can't believe a mouse trap is working on Ryunosuke. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you. I found a little snack for you later. Damn, she really is pitying me. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin, but Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin is in steerage. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way. How many cabins are there? A lot. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. Looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship. It brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh. What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to its standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop. This ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Jeez. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilation from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Ah! Big boy! That's got some weird markings all along him. Excuse me, we, need to get inside this cabin here. The sailor's eyes speak volumes. They're clearly saying, keep out. That's what I wrote on the sign we put over the wardrobe doors. Although this man's version is definitely more effective. Angry. Wait. Hold up. Let me make sure I'm doing the right one. Let's see. It's control ship. There it is. Angry. You will not get through here, no matter what you do. Oh yeah, I forgot it also picks up on my voice. Alright. Away from angry. Yeah. Yeah, about right here. Yeah. Alright, let's go. That's a problem. This looks like a plan of the SS Buria. It shows each deck. Look. The Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than this ship. They don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Oh my god. Well, I suppose so. How little do both of these people know? I'm pretty sure back then we knew about plate tectonics. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise, every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. It's like a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. Thought I might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Means there was nothing to report. Hello. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer? That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask you something of you? You little third-class lady's maid? Damn, he mean. You seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I am not sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman Biff Stroganoff. Of course, his fucking first name is Biff. Whew. The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff, about this first-class cabin area. Here we are in finest part of Buria steamship, for very important reasons. For very important persons, sorry. Sort of very important persons. Government officials, kings and queens, traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean. But Stroganoff, not animal. Thank you. If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? Da. Susato-san? Do you understand that? I think that's da. Sounded like da. Ha! I was right. I guessed right. Honestly, it was the A. The A is what helped me. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimesby Roylott. Grimesby Roylott. He is very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly students from insignificant Far East Islands. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time. Never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right? That is not your business. Seaman Stroganov? Da. All time. So criminals like you cannot come in. Or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about Student Boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Hit! Oh, I think that's... Oh, I think that was Nyet. It was clearly a... No. Yeah, that was a Nyet. Saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. You didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way? I said no! Sorry! I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report the captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second-class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain. Or, as English say, when the pigs fly. I do like when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain. Like, that's a fun phrase. Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. That book on top of the table there really is huge. Let's see, I think this is stuff we've already read. It takes a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. That's the way to the second-class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Oh dear. I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. Talk of running away. Suma's death remains a mystery anyway. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. From which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. No answer. Look, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Oh shit. What was that? She'd scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes! I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Damn, I can't believe Sholmes got the fit. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. Appear to be bolted. It doesn't? How the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Oh shit, it's him! Who are you? Ladies and gentlemen, this man looks Russian to me. Wait. I think I already know what the twist is. A woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. Sure, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. In that case, who just screamed? Wait. Those are knocked down the exact same way. Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimesby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are? I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. I'm a great detective among great detectives, one who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. I use that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. You distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? Well, don't be stupid! How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me! Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the case just shook. Leave, now! Otherwise, I'll call the steward. Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimesby Roylott. Wait, he has a newspaper in his pocket, too. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before the burly sailor returns. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about something. No! Oh. Do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now. We're not getting anywhere here. I agree. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. What do you think you are doing? This is my cabin! Get out! Could we just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps? No! What a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. Doesn't appear to be anything more we can do. Agree. But there may be someone else who can help. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage for the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh. It would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually. You're spot on, for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, the truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he got so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what you're about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you. Or anyone. That's right. And Mr. Sholmes... I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read... It is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh, I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? No. And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Ah! Naruhodo-san, I imagine I will witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What ineffable twaddle. Oh yes. I read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Also, since I played Justice, I gotta check. Okay, yeah, we good. Hold up, let me just make sure. Let's see, look at the screen. There we go. Slightly off, but we good. Gotta check every once in a while. Like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the color is drained from Mr. Roylott's face. Somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could you... How could I possibly know such things? You wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. All man's identity. Oh shit. So the dubious looking Russian, Mr. Roylott. Obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. We're on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now moving on. So I do think he has an incorrect conclusion. To rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott. Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, the fascinating front page article. It would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. It reads, revolutionary villain. Wait, revolutionary violent Bolshevik. Villain Bolshevik. Also, give me a moment. Okay, so it's not her. She ain't got a schnoz. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. God. Okay, I do love this sequence. You decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. Your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself. Villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself. You understand. wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. Oh yeah, that is truly the crime. Over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Take it unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently, and honestly, than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. Okay, I'm gonna guess if it says a question mark, we're at the wrong train of thought. It's time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we, you careless Coudolel betrays you. Only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. Another most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Like, there's so much movement, I love it. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. The crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. God, I want to look up to see what the puns mean. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma, Alamensky. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know? But that did seem a little different somehow. Yeah, I bet Mr. Wilson... I bet Dr. Watson's the ones that helps. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here for a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? About your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but... these two men look nothing like each other. Ah yes, I recall our discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. Nothing. The part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. First glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. It is too small, clearly. Like to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, if you pushed really hard. The missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? Mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would certainly be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear. You might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Like, he's got some train of thought, but that train has gone off to the wrong station. Action just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off. Maybe a little off itself, Miss Susato. Hey! Hey, GG Gilbert. But yeah, thank you for the compliment. I worked quite hard on her. Oh shoot, the options are still on. No! Nobody saw that. I mean, we all make mistakes, so yeah. Wish somebody said that the options were still there, though. Actually, how much does that take up? Now I'm curious. Oh, it only takes up a tiny bit. Okay. Saw that. Like the little thing that says, like, leap motion settings, effect settings, light settings. Yeah. There was settings there apparently for quite a while that I forgot to remove. Lol. But whatevs. But yeah, thank you for the compliment. Hold up. Let me just, actually, nah. Top up is still good. There's just one or two keywords in this deduction that seem to let him down. Yeah, I didn't notice it until you mentioned it. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, they're very small, and you gotta kind of look for them, but yeah. Switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some keywords in his deductions? Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. I was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. I don't know, why did you ask Mr. Wilson? It's not that funny. You, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Oh! Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I thought that may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. He's certainly something, alright. But yeah, GG. I'm not sure if you were here for the last episode I played, but I did say last time that him and Koname Date would get along swimmingly. Like, they're practically two peas in a pod. Except, Date's more perversive. And I'm not sure if Sholmes is like that. Sholmes is just very focused. Right, in fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Let's go ahead and save. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright, so, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott. Obviously, what catches the eye in the first place? Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. So, what could you possibly want with such an implement? Of course, it's staring us in the face. Shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Stop! I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. Seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. There's a keyword here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. Yeah, those are fabric shears. His beard that he intends to use those shears on. Exactly. Then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. I mean, if he wanted to say, stab the hell out of someone, that'd be an idea. Oh! What the? What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. The color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? How's it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here.
Yes!
Oh, I do love that. That's a good effect. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all, you're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one's still very much in her youth. Oh no! If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of those magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. You have clear evidence to shed on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals her true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room, deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business, not strictly... Yes, I understand. Say no more. Anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. Action as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them. This woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best.
Yes!
Article about ballerina. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. I love that. Yeah, the reveal. Damn, she lost her pounds too. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Yeah. So, that's completely wrong then. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Sure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? Can't see I'm going... Fix the great detective's mistake again. Please, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around Mr. Sholmes. Stop it! Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. Never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Son, try it on. What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look familiar? I've seen it somewhere recently. So then, what's in the case? Proof of your crime. Surely this tiara. I believe this tiara was worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully taking the precious tiara with you. Damn, the big hit. I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. He's only 15 years old. She's run away all by herself. He must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point to hiding it now. Come, come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wished it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? You careless Kudel betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written on the books on the shelf. Nope, wrong. He's completely changed tack with this deduction now. Sholmes adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? Just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. To be somewhere in the same area, that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. Closed, duh. Whatever she has hidden inside that case. The rules of passage. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case, written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case... Yeah! Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel rules of passage. A pet. Dang, he was enjoying that. It's good to have fun with your job. Don't you agree? Yeah! Elementary. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The Buria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could you really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? By none other than this young lady naturally. Like a full set of pipes if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself? So no one would recognize me. Disguise. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man? I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard? Then just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that, from time to time. Those two even talking about the same thing? There's one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You are right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone if the captain finds out. If you say it to any of the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. Yes, alright. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Great deduction. It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh? Yes? What? Observe your wrists. My... Why? Ah! Your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When and why? There is still a shadow guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. So to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can't it? Really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. You can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Dang, that was an adventure and a half. Hell yeah. What happened last night? Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died. He was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed that had happened. Miss Pavlova? Is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. No Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of the ship. They have all been kind to me. Wait. Pavlov Anovovich. Nah, I got nothing. They let me continue on come on board. They said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. Maybe we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To a conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Burya stopped by no port last night. That's it, of course! So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewmen outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked them about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. That is not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel. Concerning English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist the touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. I quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement. For the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it does look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. I think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. They found my precious... The burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. What sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? It's a snake! Huh. Shouldn't have a land of small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? May we'll ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call. Daily fresh eggs. When adversity strikes, you can satisfy the needs of sustenance. So do you eat your friends? I'll remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. To shed some light on it. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. Then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. Well, it looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. Strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentioned joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabins are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova? Something occurred to you? The speckled band the victim mentioned means something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. That's a lie! Excuse me, Mr. Roylett. Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once. Please. Alright, I will come now. What? You must leave. Now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! The passenger said out, or do you want me to throw you out? Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. We've still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. We were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. God dang, the first to be continued. Yes. I wish you hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. Imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. Never get past that sailor garden door. Glaring us as to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. First class cabin number 1. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Let's go. Looks like they're still investigating in here. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean? unscathed. Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? Swore to talk to the captain about it. Said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. Sure he was exaggerating for himself. Might have some new information for us. You never know. Oh! Ah, you're back. Inspector! Howdy, your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate. He told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. That guy wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh? I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall I compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Damn. Oops. I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh? How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more that I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping a watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Hey, Hida, welcome back! It's a circus raid! Woo! Thank you for the raid again. Definitely having fun with this one. Just got through with the deduction a bit earlier. And so far, it's one of the most interesting things I've seen out of an Ace Attorney game. I really like it. And also, as you're back, you can see I have a new model. Yay! Hold up, am I still staring straight? Yep, okay, we good. Mouse tracking isn't perfect, but hey, it works. There's one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. But, I love the great theater of logic and deduction. Same, it's a lot of fun. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. But yeah, this game is so far a lot of fun. And I hope whatever you were playing was a lot of fun too. I wasn't on Twitter at the time that you announced what you were playing. Sorry. I did see that you finished the Awakening, Sherlock Holmes, and you apparently didn't have the greatest opinion of it. Well, the latter half of it, which seems to fit with that studio's way of making games. It's this. The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body and managed to obtain a report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report. Ooh. I hope you're having a lot of fun with it. I am definitely looking forward to playing that myself. Dang, fast. So. Oh, that's really good then. But I guess also, like Resident Evil 4 wasn't a long game to begin with. But it is a lot of fun, and it has a lot of good stuff in it. I especially love some of the stuff I've seen of Leon dodging a melee enemy and actually just getting knocked the heck out. Damage to the cervical vertebrae. is what's written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. Gripe with it, but I won't tell. Don't want to ruin your opinion of it. Yeah, that's super fair. Like, sometimes it's like, oh yeah, I can gripe about this, but there are other times where, like, I can't gripe about this, but it's barely a subjective kind of thing. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in the system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? That's super fair. Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. I would say that one Resident Evil game I really love is the VR one. Sadly, it is Quest 2 exclusive, so I can't really stream that one, because there's a huge bunch of hoops you gotta jump through to play that on stream. But it's a lot of fun. Like, if you want to play classic RE4, I'd say that's one of the best ways to. Except for the ones that actually have, like, the Ada Wong stories. Oh, I see. Through the spine to the brain, a strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Okay, that's super fair. There is usually, like, something that people like to poke at. Or, well, not like, but there's, if you can usually see, like, a bunch of people agree to it, it's either, like, something that's actually a problem or something that most may not see. I don't know. My brain's kind of lagging right now. I had to wake up super early. GAA is my probably one of my favorite GAA thing. Oh, Great Ace Attorney. Yeah. Yeah, so far this is definitely hitting the top of my list of Ace Attorney games. Yeah. Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Say anything at all? Actually, now you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish! Was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass. Do you see? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. How can Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red, then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish of Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? I should return to my post. My fellow crewmates' eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You are his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. You! Where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into a ball and throw him in cold room. Whew, he's gone back to guarding the door. Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. These letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilt on the floor. Word for wardrobe. Does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. Unambiguous? It should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last word in Russian. Question of who did write it. That is true. Who did write it? This glass. Looks like whatever it was has broken clean in two. Which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about. What's your Kazuma-sama's shoes? What I'd like to know is, how could the detective be so sure that's shoe polish and not something else? He's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? This is... yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes. In the interests of cultural research, obviously. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. Damn. Zero respect for the Japanese. Joyce in Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. Just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. Only Miss Pavlova has been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are. Yes. I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but... there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments, writing his diary. Yep. Faint whistling sound. Oh no, Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin, neatly arranged on the shelf. There was a place when we first looked around, if you remember. Ah yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. Really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now they're neatly lined up. I can relax when things are untidy. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Borea. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form of this friend takes as yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. There's more to this than it seems, I think. Let's see if anything has changed out here. Yeah! I know my Ace Attorney stuff. Ah! Naruto-san. Seaman strong enough is gone. Strong enough? Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Seaman strong enough. Oh my god. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la, lira-lira-lay. The great detective way. Oh my god, is it the detective singing? Not that lark-like voice. But never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Definitely. Before that Stringy Knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganov, not Stringy Knot. Uh-oh, it's open. It's back yet. Susato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. Wait, Naruto-san. Must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? Can't be long now till we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when you get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruto-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. So the case is open. Let's hold those cases open. According to the great detectives, great deduction, she's hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. What kind of animal she had in there? More to the point, where is it now? All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. Exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Why would you do that? Really? There's nothing about that case? Naruto-san, are you there? Sorry? I'm right here. Yes? Why? Oh, good. Thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I thought we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. Definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? Come on. Platter. There we go. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is this shit quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Looks like every cabin has a waste paper basket. Thrown away? Haruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know? Those eyes, she's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Actually, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Just a few books on the desk, nothing else. By the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. Seeing that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. Sure does too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kinda remember that. This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? Still, once it crosses of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. The method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. So you know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Oh yes, they displayed this in the cabin too, look. Yep, rules of passage. Suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret as she read this. Big stretchies. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. I just hope Seaman Strong Enough doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Yes, so do I. It's cabin 2. Yes, it's a bell cord. Can't resist. She gave it a good tug, too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. Don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Yep. Although what a foolish shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That's a possibility. Last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Let's see, what else could there be? Huh. I wonder what they want me to do. Did I really examine everything? Yep, yep, yep. Yep, yep. Yeah, that's everything. Unless there's something in the first class passageway. Let's see. Oh! Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-lay. I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or is simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Excuse me. All and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Ah! What is it? You want to fight? Hmm? I love this. Like, man is ready. He ready to brawl. He ready to fight. He ready to throw some fists. I see, interrupting a fellow when he's singing. I was about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. I very nearly jumped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah yes, that. This stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Ah yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Load the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman often stands sentry in the first-class passageway. He has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report. Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there's just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post. Circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. But apparently there was a whistling. So after 1:30, something might have happened. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes. Brilliance. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Okay, so that's a good majority of people. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you do? That door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Let's see. Nope. Nothing new here. Ah! What's that? Oh shit. That's on the side of the quarter-mile before. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands, brace for impact. What the? About to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Sada-san, hold on to me. Ah! Sada-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. Looks like we avoided a collision. I think... yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness. What about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. It's like... Inspector Hosanaga. Artisan, unbolt the door, quickly! What? The bolt? Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Oh, that's strange. How did... and... look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I'd better tidy this place up first. Don't tidy it! Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Oh shoot! It continues! Miss Pavlova's cabin. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. You! What were you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? You both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh? How did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought we saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. This first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Somehow triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? You wicked intruder, dressed all in black. You are the devil. Sorry? Me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is the first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector! Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. It is not enough that he killed a man. And he is stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away. Trespassing. Killing. She is right. You are devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There is a cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. Therefore, to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I got to find a solution. Immediately. Keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. So you want a cuttlefish hibernates? Yeah! Listen, what do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me. And I was just starting to think she was not my friend. Miss Pavlova, can I... Get out! Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but get out now! We just need to investigate in here to help understand what happened to... it's no use. She's not going to listen. Oh! What the fuck did you get in here? This game's like frickin' Find the Herlock. What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles felt like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. Determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall so full of brag and bounce. I can never know whether to take this man seriously or not. You again, the great detective. Inspector. I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you, most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is the report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night, here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved. By me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. Alright, I'm about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. You have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all know who was responsible for killing student boy this morning, when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is the stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it! The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Locked room, that's its point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. there's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You're not quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin, despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man! The ventilator? Yeah, ha 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 ha! You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madame. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes? What are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! Cat! Ah! What the? Snake! Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The speckled band. A snake? Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes? Just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? Looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. I think in this case, you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? Hehehe. You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explained the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? Sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, the same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. Advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Here we go again. The game is afoot. Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. Oh yeah, we have to go through it all, and then we correct. The evidence is your inextricable link to the victim's death. As What was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. This victim's written observation on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, the specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? Oh, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now. Hidden behind your back. That's what you are trying, but failing to conceal. Like sloughed skin. Evidently, after subtle and horrible crime, the most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No? I don't know what you are talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Bell cord on the other side is a bridge. The serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In dim light, appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake, whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. A beloved speckled snake. How Mr. Asagi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by terrible venom. Which is wrong. Now, if you take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. But not quite. Imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. The snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There's no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glances betray the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hide the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed. You put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. Like the snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Time to steer him in the right direction again. This concludes Herlock Sholmes' great detection of the speckled band. Dot, 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 dot. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible! You solved the mystery! Amazing, your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madame. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. Let Miss Pavlova use some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. What do you mean? Snakes do have ears. They're, like, really tiny, but they have ears. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. But, madame, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sound of a flute? Performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Now take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder! Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. Hiss, hiss. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrist again. What? You've done it again! Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not. I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Let's see. That has nothing to do with me. Oh shit. Your aching hearts. She does have a pained expression on her face. True. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. Quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Really look closely at Miss Pavlova. Oh.
Yes.
A claw scratch. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch? Sometime last night. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of this Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is this? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We follow her gaze, Naruto-san. It's a cat! Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. It's something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. Isn't she? Yes, that's true. But personally, it's a little black creature she's holding that's caught up my eye. Maybe we'll take a closer look at this.
Yes!
Little kitten. Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? The direct hit. Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. Some written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give then, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? Don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. The answer to this quandary, even now, is hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would ever have known. Oh yes, plays like that are Mr. Sholmes' specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. Specialty. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Pavlov hiding behind her back? Yeah, I'm trying to see the thing that's not the snake's soft skin. Well, it is speckled. And it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle at one end. Cat's toy. This sword is common in the West, apparently. Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You need to wave it in front of them, and they pronounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable.
Yes!
The cat's toy. Yes, the thing you are trying, but failing to conceal, is, a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of how infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waited around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can be only one answer to that. After a feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlov attempted to use a speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Summary: the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You'll forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. It was after I gave her her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand, and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty. Yeah. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? Data of which I have been apprised would appear there were no visible signs of injury. Oh, it might have been the bell. Terrible venom. Says it's true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-san's body. Poisoned. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence of it to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. He was probably struck by something, or someone. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't suddenly creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. That fall could explain it. Hard to believe of Kazuma-sama to do, though. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Thing from the scene that could explain what happened?
Yes!
Mark on the floor. I like how it shatters each time. Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed. Positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which you carry now as a matter, of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Rasogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered. Instant, he lost his life. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glances betray the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Someone merely tripped over and now he's no more? I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right. Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all these first-class cabins have them. Well, we only started occupying this cabin late last night. There's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Yes!
Yeah! You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. We have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass spell, are you not? I don't know. That hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. I was just thinking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be...
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. Bell, Pavlova. Okay, I get it now. And the cause of that fateful stumble... your absent feline friend, Darka. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Damn. That has to be one of the unluckiest deaths. Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was rather after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. But that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take. Yes. I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. As a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure, if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, we thought it safe to lure the kitten back again. Taking the end of the toy through the ventilator into the adjoining cabin. I always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using a favorite toy, I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. Whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in this diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. There was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. Heard her cry and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Osogi was already off balance as a result of the ship, lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. What came of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. Now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. He knows something about himself, at least. Woke this morning, I heard that the young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? Snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova. Then whose is it? And where did it come from? There's such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship. Oh, I didn't say? Snake is my friend. His name is Pirosko. What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from the cage when the emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals aren't permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long with a close friend? Or someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? My dear burly fellow. A gargantuan venomous snake. Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Pirosko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Prizoko eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Ah. Oh, so... Is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else could I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. It's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Porosco has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Yeah, we solved it. Yeah, we do it. We the best. Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in. I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. What are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again! When did you do that? Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. God dang, there's more! This is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. And chase that down, and maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? This is what we must establish in the first instance. Haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. Doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. A clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. There in Kazuma's cabin, it's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let's show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. quickly that the victim's death was no mere accident.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script. It's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether you knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead. It's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been in there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? Notice it too then. Let's see.
Yes!
What are you trying to make with that evidence? I'm trying to see how Kazuma's death really happened, I think. I think that you are starting to see nothing of the sort. And that was the evidence to prove it? No! If it was no accident. Yeah, I'm saving here, so I don't lose any more. Or if I do lose more, I can just restart from here. Something you would expect to find at the scene of an accident. Or the presence of something you wouldn't. I see. I see doesn't fill me with confidence, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, it's starting to take shape now.
Yes!
Oh yeah, it was the bell. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's a glass bell the kid had around his neck. We already know all about that. Tripped over the cat and fell. Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? Then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. The same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth. Cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, else present in Mr. Asogi's. You are wasting time. Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Yes. And the only other person in the cabin when young student died was you. If it's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There was no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message. To be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. An attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. The person had taken all the pieces of the bell anyway. The half behind was always going to raise questions. It was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. A single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganov? Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of a strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship. A member of ship's band. Do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. So that's it. You say that when the young student died, Nina was there in this cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is all most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? Humph, you're a great detective, you shall know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody go into cabin, not Nina, not anyone. Or do you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Yet, it's impossible. He's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie threads around door latches. Oh. Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Heavy steel, with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Susanoo-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So, Seaman Stroganov has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, you can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? I believe you know what I mean, don't you? Yeah! Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have, so would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Small jumps that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe... Yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susanoo-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello? Is anybody in there? Ooh. I am very yawny. Sorry about that. Oh yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia. if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Osogi was killed... Yeah! This Burya made another emergency stop? I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin. I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments... It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Osogi's cabin. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Burya made emergency stop? That seems a little far-fetched. That possibly have happened. Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it's simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh, yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Saying you only to press the button in times of emergency. Alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Oh, we got something. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He's proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship! I report you to Captain, you are in so much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let's not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what had happened to Mr. Asagi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? You are idiots! Burya is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make an emergency stop, even in the middle of night, there will be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. Let's support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. Seaman Stroganov, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? That is correct. Why? In the ship's logs here, this would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! You rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. Left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. That is... because nothing happened. When nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened. Here aboard the SS Burya. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. He is jesting. That the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! if I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Also, be right back. I need to go do something. I need to go to an idol meeting right quick. Bye! Wait, hold up. I'm just gonna let my freaking bottle just, like, go out of sync. I wanna see what happens. Alright, so it just kind of, like, goes back into, like, the, basic pose. So, that's good to know. I wonder if I, like, look far enough you can, like, see my ears. Alright, guess not. Alright, hold up. Let me, like, look directly at the screen. There we go. Alright, now we good. Yeah. Because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. True. Like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. Even if it happened in the dead of night. That's a good point. So what about the chicken? What of the throbbing? Sorry? What do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Oh, yes. I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. My head was been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. Too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. Can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. First thing I noticed this morning was a throbbing pain in my head. I'd already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And had those handcuffs put on me by that point. That was happening to me. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. Accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of that chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No. Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one knows the ship's emergency stop? Of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. Wretched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. Sholmes. Well, Seaman? Eh? I'm sorry to say that any more deceptions in this matter will get you nowhere. If we used to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. To happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. Eh? I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These criminals are your former comrades, I believe. Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. We threw away everything. Her frame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. Don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. Didn't know chewing on a lump was something strange and bitter at one point. Duh. We can all make all drug. How do you say dissolve? Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boats. While all the passengers at SS Burya slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So, if that's what happened, the person awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. It would have been impossible for you to use the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case. And there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Of course, just like us. The other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. They would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. We in this bitch! Woo! What up, Yang? Sadly, we're almost done with the mystery. Okay, so to have you caught up, Kazuma's dead. Like, we boarded a Russian ship to travel. Yep, Kazuma's dead. We boarded a Russian ship so we could get to London. And apparently he stowed me away so that I could come with him. I was hiding in a wardrobe the whole time, and I was blamed for his death. Hot. Herlock Sholmes is a big old goober. And I stand with my assumption that him and Date would get along really well. Oh yeah, and Hosonaga, the private detective, is back too. I can see that. And basically, we've uncovered the mystery that she, ballerina running away from a very abusive company, joined the ship because all the crew were people that she formerly knew. And she's the one that killed Kazuma. Apparently, either on purpose or by accident, with her cat, Darka. And there's a cat. Meh. The little murderer. Cat got murder mittens. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. What's accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Oh, at least you'll be able to see this. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your sentence, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said. Are these two prevaricators? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, you know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Osogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. The mystery of the SS Bliat. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Chunky arms. There it is. Ah, you don't get to see the whole experience. Basically, throughout the whole thing, like, the camera would move around, showing different evidence. And at first, Herlock, Sholmes, would give the wrong discovery, and then it would be up to us to actually help solve things. You have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Yes, I don't know where the dirt come from. So, nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? Let's make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganov's uniform. Made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. Right then, the evidence that proves that the stain on the back of crime scene photograph. Yeah, Seaman Stroganoff. Spell prep, and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on uniform. Ink? Yeah, Stroganoff. A rather unusual color of ink, purple. Ah! Ah, the penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance. There's a word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it wouldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means... you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Boria do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Biff, please. Oh yeah, he's Biff Stroganoff. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Biff Jerky. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Biff, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here? My little one. My little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Rosogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell on the floor. Yes, that is right. So, after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupants lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard the sound of something falling on floor. Not then she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing. If you wouldn't mind... What? When you went to Mr. Osogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova... was he... already dead? Why? I already told you! When Nina opened the door of the student's cabin and looked inside, asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Da. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. In the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to be somewhat unnatural. What do you mean unnatural? Thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Hmm? Oh, well... which part of this photograph at print seems unnatural? I'm gonna go with the finger.
Yes!
This word in Russian clearly wasn't written by Kazuma. We were looking for something unnatural. Point. Very true. It is certainly peculiar, but it's not what I meant by unnatural, I'm afraid. orchestrated by the culprit. I mean to identify another point. Oh, I see. If you will, losing your footing yourself. In my opinion, if you laid it as a victim appears to have done here, it would be most unnatural. Oh, is it the fist? Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madame. Would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. A crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon, it's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruto. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? It's the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe! Find the answer with your own eyes! Yeah.
Yes!
A left ear. On your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well. What? And on your other ear, there seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Ow! Well, in other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed a moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. Then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? The dramatic anime fall. Always gotta have it. Think about everything that happened yesterday. It was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible, long day. Taka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Taka would not come back. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. And he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, I was going to leave the man's cabin. Sorry, but... Oh, yes. I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah. Of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. Heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. To tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you run away. Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. I think I could trust him. Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted. And then I jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And as he turned around to look at me, ooh, I pushed him. Don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If I find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decide to help, and that's when you arrange things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it, so that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door? Yes. I went into the cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. Then I found Stowaway in a wardrobe, still sleeping. Right. That's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. Dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I don't... Oh, sorry. So the person who found it would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what did the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating a locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you run away from your homeland. It's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? this time of night, Inspector. Oh shit. He said an inspector was his friend. Yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It's just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Osogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He wanted to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. This is how the cabin looked last night, when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama? Exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes! One thing I've learned today is that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. In order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. And Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at?
Take that!
Wardrobe! Thing that had happened last night. Certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Osogi's exact words last night? I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Osogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh, no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. You had made sure of what Mr. Osogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Will the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Could do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. You know, if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I want to help out Angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Da. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consult to arrange your passage back to Japan. It is so away, after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. My study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? No! Tsusato-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Well, I haven't been back long. Dr. Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. No! Big sads. Still can't believe this has happened. At least someone's life can be over, just like that. Son. She's the big sads. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. Now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector? My duty was to see Osogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed. And caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now, at least. Huh? Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo! What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? Decided to restore them, for old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway, after all. He thinks this is funny. Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. Also, before we end the stream today, I am going to see if we can see the video of how Herlock Sholmes works. Hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. You have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute! It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was a stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be 1 lawyer and 1 assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is 1 lawyer, and study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it would work. But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo. That's ridiculous! Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit, too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? 1 lawyer and 1 assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, 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 it's madness! Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make a report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. Mr. Naruhodo? I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It'll be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. In the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need! But, before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you, too. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times! What? I should never have doubted you. You're Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. No matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. Just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door is locked on the... No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Under the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. Not just once, but 5 times! Suplex City, bitch! That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it! Don't even think about it. No, I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique. Apparently it's called Susato Takedown. It leaves her head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I want you to be so kind as to instruct me on the techniques of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madame. Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Just, as you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Ah yes, arresting indeed. This is what you termed the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a Susato squash. God dang. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Sword. Karuma. That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Yasagi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. So, what's the promise? That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. Damn. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Yeah! We did it! Woo! Crash course candidate. Yes. The Adventure of the Runaway Room. But yeah, we did the thing. Let's get a platinum trophy in Ballad Wonderworld. Are you sure you're up to this task, young lawyer? Alright, let's see if I can find the video. God dang it. Could have sworn there was one for, like, videos we've seen. Okay, let's make sure it's saved first. And I'm just gonna play the first part of, So... There we go, Sholmes' appearance. Oh. That ain't it. There we go.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness.
Darkness.
"Dear Wilson," he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson.
Nick.
Enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
I could have sworn there was an option just to see, like, videos.
us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle.
Bottle.
A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compus mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
Yeah, like, look at this.
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident by the victim himself, I would venture.
That gun extra AF.
What have we here?
Yeah, I mainly just wanted you to see that. Like, if we ever bring back a certain character, and I think you know who I'm talking about, she's getting that kind of gun. But yeah, that was episode 2 of The Great Ace Attorney. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures, and then Resolve. Whenever we get done with this one. Which is gonna be a while yet, but I'm enjoying this. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. But yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed the stream. The reveal was a bit short, but that's how I wanted it. For anyone still here, hold up, just zooming around. There we go. Big. All right. Let's go. But yeah, already did the slow reveal earlier. But yeah, got the shoes. Wait, hold up. It was, there we go. Full frontal fart. Got the sandals. Skirt. Sadly, no tail yet. B2 Studios did not have any options for tails. Also, maybe I should like try widening the rim of this a bit more. I don't know. And then Howry. And I gave her as much of a booty as actually seemed right. Yeah. And of course, titty. Gotta have the titty. Titty is very important. Full frontal fart. Alright, hold up. Let me make sure. Reset position. Look. Wait. There we go. Titty important. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, also when I move around, like, everything else moves around on me. Of course I can, like, make it more, like, yum. But I don't think I'd ever go that far. Like, just all in the legs. Yeah, I don't think I'd ever use that much motion in my streams. Titty portrait, hell yeah. But yeah, like, probably like around here. For anybody curious about like the back end of like what it takes to do VTubing. But yeah, this is the new model going forward. Yeah, about right here. This is good. Yeah. Alright. So, my girl got mad balance, hell yeah. It's all that ninja training. But, anyways, that was episode 2 of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Tune in next Friday when I play episode 3. And tune in tomorrow when I play Renfield, Bring Your Own Blood. A Vampire Survivors-like game based on the vampire movie with everyone's favorite crazy man, Nicolas Cage. But yeah, that is all for today, and I hope everyone has a wonderful day, wonderful night, wonderful all that good stuff. And I shall see you tomorrow. Bye!